Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Ben, how are you, mate? right to go, are we? Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the Shire of Harvey and in particular to the Leschenault Pavilion in beautiful Australind. Can I first start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community, and pay my respects to all members of the Aboriginal communities and their cultures and to elders both past, present and emerging. Can I first say, as a Shire, we can't reach the aspiration of becoming the most accessible and inclusive regional community in WA on our own. We need our community's input and to work together as one to achieve this vision. We currently had a need assessment overview on the Leschenault Leisure Centre and it identified a potential demand for additional court space. This is also predicated on the issues being faced by current user groups to expand their current activities. In particular, indoor hockey was one, but also wheelchair and disability basketball was another. And they will continue to be constrained by the programming and scheduling issues at peak times. This will necessitate an internal review and realignment of access ramps, changing infrastructure, storage and game competition day facilities. There is a lot we need to do to move forward with access and inclusion. Most of all, we need our community to show us where we can do better so that we can improve the quality of life for all of our residents, no matter their ability. So for the Shire of Harvey, the journey starts today to lead all others, to lead the way forward together, to reach the summit of being the most accessible and inclusive regional community in WA. Once again, welcome and have a great day. Gives me great pleasure now to call on our CEO, Annie Reardon.
He's a hard act to follow. Okay, so welcome and thank you for attending our first ever Access and Inclusion Summit and Co-Design Workshop. I thank you for participating today and I look forward to hearing your stories and perspectives and how the Shire can work with you to improve access and inclusion in our community. Also, as Paul has welcomed our speakers here today, Leslie Ugal, Ben and also Sash Milne, so welcome. So we're here today to review our Disability Access and Inclusion Plan and develop this document as an Access and Inclusion Plan. So why an Access and Inclusion Plan? Access and inclusion is universal regardless of our age, gender, culture and ability. In some point in our lives, we will all face access and inclusion issues. Our vision here, as Paul has outlined, is to create the most accessible and inclusive community in regional WA. This is an ongoing aspiration and commitment of the Shire. It may not be achievable in the life of this 4-year plan. However, we're aiming high to raise the standard for all that we do in the delivery of services and infrastructure to our communities. Our community is one that encompasses disability, multicultural and age demographics, all requiring access and inclusion to improve the quality of their lives. As a Shire, we recognise those issues. Our summit launches this journey forward with our community to deliver on that aspiration to be an accessible and inclusive community for all people. Just like to thank our staff here today, particularly Nicole, who has organised this summit, our community development team, Councillor Robin Coleman and Shire President Paul Gillett, and all participants. So enjoy your day and I welcome your input. Now I'd like to call on Leslie Ugal, Elder and Director of the Harvey Aboriginal Corporation. Thanks, Leslie.
Kaya, Nyanjurupan, hello. I'm happy to see you. Before we start, this is a very important place where we are at the moment and what we are doing here today. But many years ago, because I was born in Harvey, I'm part of the Wallam, Little Abraham, I can go on and on. I've got a niece sitting up the back, Kaya Bub, that one once upon a time not being able to be in the street playing, not allowed to be speaking my language. But I brought my granddaughter along here as part of my speech because the Harvey Community Radio. So I'll let her say her little bit and then I'll explain why. Emily.
Thank you. Harvey Community is a not-for-profit service for the community, run by community volunteers. Oh my gosh, I forgot it. See, I'm going off by heart. Run by community volunteers, which encourages your town to do the talking. So I call out to the mob out there who are interested in hearing your voice on the radio or doing a show. You can contact us on our Facebook page or visit our website at harveycommunityradio.com.au or call us on 97291965 to speak to one of our friendly volunteers. That's 9729.
A welcome to acknowledgement of country says to the world, and more importantly to ourselves, that we accept that we are in a place that has a history and story far beyond 220 years. It says to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that we are all in this future journey together. So I'm asking you all to close your eyes, take yourself back to a place, a happy place. Think of your accomplishments. So come with us on a journey through land and sea and time and follow down our dreaming tracks. Listen carefully, look for signs. You'll feel them in your spirit as they weave into your soul. Songlines. Our ancestral stories are alive and strong and bold. They created for us the rivers, the trees and all their girth, and spreading out our storylines as they walked upon the earth. They are for us a legacy, our connection to our land. They are seen through our existence as we walk upon ochre and sand. So listen very carefully now as you walk upon our land and let it seep into your spirit as we take you by the hand. We'll lead you to our dreaming and sing you songs of old as through dance and art recorded, our ancestral stories are told. For over 60,000 years, it's been our heart, our spirit, our song. It's something for us to be proud of. It's our existence. It's where we belong. We follow in the footsteps of our ancestral beings. We follow along our songlines and our journey to our dreaming. Kaya, nyan jurpa nit nyunga buja, kaya nunuk, nyan court buja, nunuk kuling alaja kep bokaja. Nija nyala mort buja, nija nyala kala buja, koro koro wangining. Nyan nyala jurpan mort, nyala buja, koro wangining kerala. Nyala yakan nyunga niriang, nyalak, karajang wankin, Deman Dembat Nyak Burdia Kora Kora. We are pleased to welcome you to country. Welcome to everyone to our heartland. Welcome to you from those over the waters and those from far away. This is our ancestors' land from long ago. This is our homeland of history. And as one, we are proud people of our land whose knowledge, customs and culture was given to us through our grandfathers, our grandmothers, our fathers, our mothers, our elders long, long ago. But through history till today, we stand together, black and white, because we are all Australian. Just something about inclusion. The Native Citizens' Rights Act of 1944. In West Australia, Aboriginal people still had to apply to be an Australian citizen. This was part of the Native Citizens' Rights Act of 1944. To apply, Aboriginal people had to prove that they had severed all ties with their Aboriginal family and friends, were free from disease, could speak English. Kanyan Jurban, I can speak English. Be civilised in behaviour for 2 years and could manage their affairs without industrious in their habits. That, to me, when I received the Citizenship Award in 2020, I was lost for words, because I didn't know whether I wanted to accept it or not. But being included in things like this gives us a voice. This young lady is my granddaughter. Her voice is being heard. I have family all around the southwest. I used to work in the medical department. We were always not spoken to correctly. Now, if I walked up to you and just looked at you like that, what would you do? Be offended and hurt. But what if I walked up to you and said, hello, how are you? Feel accepted. Now, this never happened. Even in hospitals, our old people call it dying places because they're left sitting on the side, not saying hello. How can I help you? A friendly face, a friendly gesture. Now, I'm a grandmother of 7. I have 3 great-grandchildren. I have 5 adult children. All through my years living in Harvey, being excluded and not included in community events was one thing that I empowered, especially my daughters, which I have 3 of, to get involved in. So I thank you today for inviting us. I thank you because doing a Welcome to Country is a privilege for me. It's acknowledging that all you people sitting here have accepted that I am part of you. Kaya wanja nyan jirpanono jinaning, ni jinyanga buja, nyala karich buria kora, where karijan buja kep. Kaya, nyan get netigare, nyan yorkro, nyan barang bula bula kora, nuk, karijan balap. I say again, welcome to country. I also ask my ancestors and tell them that I bring my friends here and introduce them to you and for you to take care of them on Yunga country. Kaya, nyan jurpanunuk jinaning, ni jinyanga buja. Hello and welcome to Yunga country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elder Leslie and Emily. Thank you very much. It's not too heavy. It would be a terrible start for an Access Inclusion Summit, wouldn't it? Kaya, good morning, kura mōkan, kia ora. Also, hello to everyone online. We're being streamed live. We are very excited to see everyone today. My name is Andre. I will be your MC for today. But yeah, very excited for today. A lot of work, and it means so much to ourselves and the community. If I could ask just some brief housekeeping. I know I've mentioned it before, but it's incredibly important. Coffee, just over there. And all day, feel free to come and grab some coffee. The toilet's through there. At the fire exit. Today, if you see me run, try to keep up. But today we'll be going out that door to the field in the unlikely event of a fire. If I can also ask, especially those people online, if your phone is, if possible, if it can be silent, just so it doesn't ring during our speakers. Okay. It should be noted also, we tried furiously hard to obtain an Ausland interpreter for today, but we're unsuccessful. And we will endeavour also, as this has been recorded, to have subtitles for those that are watching online as well. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our first speaker as we welcome Ben Eldridge, the founder of 30 Foot Drop and a key educator in the field of disability. Please put your hands together for Ben.
Thank you, Andre. Oh, it's all right. Got a bit there. All right, so if we just go down the bottom right there, there's a full screen button. To the right. Bit more. Keep going. Almost there. Yep, that one. Oh, nope, cross one. There. Yes, haha, there we are. Lovely. Hopefully that will be the only technical issue. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Access and Inclusion Summit. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the country upon which we meet today, and acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands where you, the audience, especially those watching along on the stream, may be watching as well. I pay respect to their elders, past and present and emerging, whilst learning from their ongoing relationship that these custodians have with their land. So, for everybody who doesn't know me, okay, now we are having another technical issue. The clicker's not working. Aha, there we are. Awesome. I am Ben Aldridge. It's my pleasure to be one of the facilitators and keynote speakers here today at this summit. The amount of people who have turned up to this is absolutely amazing. It is so good to see us responding to this call for improving our community. So I am the founder and creative force behind 30 Foot Drop. We are a small business based here in the Southwest. We specialise in disability advocacy and awareness. Now, oh, come on, clicker. Okay, cool. So, as many of you may have noticed, and this will come as a shock to some of you, I have a disability. Oh, wow, I couldn't tell that already. Tough crowd? Yep, tough crowd. There we go, thank you. Yeah, there we are. Okay. But like everybody here, my disability is only one part of me, okay? Disability is only one facet of somebody's life, and it interacts with everything, okay? I'm a veteran, I'm a father, I'm a husband, and most importantly, I'm a human. And that's what inclusion is about. That's what acceptance is about. At the end of the day, we are all human. Now, I am a relative newcomer to the disability scene and the disability community. 14 years ago, I survived a 10-metre fall and became a quadriplegic. Hence the name, 30 Foot Drop. Okay, if you can survive falling that far, it's not a story many people actually have. I was 22 at the time, and I knew next to nothing about the disability community. I had a very typical upbringing, went to high school, and at the age of 22, whilst in the military, I thought that disability were those poor, unfortunate, pitiable souls that sit in the corner, you occasionally throw them a bone, pay them a little bit of attention, pat them on the head, and it's all good. I've since found how not true that is. I've spent this last 14 years learning about this amazingly vibrant and yet often ignored segment of the community. I've witnessed the innovative, out-of-the-box thinking, the persistence and resilience that characterises so many of us in this community. And as a community, we characterise so many traits that leaders in industry, in politics, spend years and tens of thousands of dollars trying to actually grow and actually trying to learn. These are inherent in us. These are things that we learn as a result of the challenges and barriers that we face in day-to-day life. We have so much to offer as a community. And like I said, I've spent the last 14 years learning about this. But unfortunately, I've also witnessed the other side of disability. The inaccessibility, the ignorance, condescension, patronising, and the awkwardness. These are all things that we face day to day. But in my experience, though, the worst of all of them is the assumptions. The assumption that because I'm disabled, that my life must be miserable. The assumption that because I'm disabled, that I couldn't possibly think for myself. That because I'm disabled, I have no independence and no prospects. And that there is no way that I could ever be a successful business owner. Yeah. Okay? These assumptions, though, to me, are always the worst. Now, you have to excuse my wicked page-turning skills. As a quadriplegic, my fingers don't work. So at times, it looks very awkward. So the fight to change these issues is something that's been going on for decades, way before I ever started fighting it. And it's hard. It really is. Some days, it feels like nothing will ever change. That we're constantly throwing ourselves against a brick wall. And we constantly throw ourselves against the barrier for nothing. And even at times losing ground NDIS, independent assessments. Sorry. Yeah, something caught in my throat there. But in seriousness though, occasionally we break through. Occasionally a crack appears in the barriers. It allows us to take a step forward, and one step that makes the work worthwhile. And that's what's so exciting about what we're doing here today. I mean, let's face it, it's not often that we actually have a council anywhere in Australia do more than just flap their gums and expel hot air. But that's what the Shire of Harvey is doing, and why I, for one, am so excited. This has been driven by the Access and Inclusion Advisory Group, and them, along with the Shire representatives there, have looked in the mirror and not liked what they saw. They've actually looked at it and gone, we haven't been doing the right thing. We need to get better. But more than assuming what needs to change or making tweaks that somehow let them sleep at night, like so many other places do, they've actually decided to do what we've been crying for years. They're actually seeking our input. They're acknowledging our lived experience and expertise of these issues and want to use this to make the council better. So, let me ask a question of all of you here. How many of you have ever actually been asked this? Come on. How many of you have actually been seriously asked this? But not only that, actually had your answer listened to and respected and taken in. I, for one, this is the first time in the 14 years since I've had my accident that this has happened. It's really unique and really exciting. It's exciting because right from the start there are no assumptions of what we want and need. They're getting rid of those assumptions. We're starting with a blank slate, an opportunity to actively shape the future direction of the council, and one that I really encourage you to take with both hands. They are serious about wanting to do this. So today we get an amazing opportunity. We get to demonstrate our innovative spirit, our lateral thinking and our worth. Today we get to have our say and get listened to, but most importantly, we get to help to make our community stronger and leave it better than what it was. I really hope you enjoy today. I'll be rolling around all day, so please introduce yourselves and let's have a lot of fun and shape this future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Can everyone just get a little bit rowdy for Ben? We will now launch into some morning tea in an effort to capture information from the community. If everyone cast their gaze around the room, everyone say hi to Paul and Annie at the back as you do. But you see just the posters throughout the room. They're engagement stations. Please feel free throughout the day to take a look, offer any input that you'd like to. Further on our desks, there are some surveys. Just feel free just during the day if you have the time to fill out a survey. So we'll now break. Let's aim for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. Thank you, everyone. Hello there, everyone. If I could ask you to kindly take your seats. Feel free to bring some food back to your table. Grab another coffee if need be. Welcome back also to those online. I don't expect you to talk back. Okay. Very excited to introduce our next guest. Please put your hands together for Sash Milne, who is the human-centered designer, a social activist, and a public speaker. Please give it up for Sash.
Yeah, we'll see if this is working. Just test it. You guys can all hear me? Yeah. Awesome. All right. Got slides there, guys? It's nice to have such a warm welcome. It's all right, you all look very embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. Hi. Hi. So I feel so lucky to be here today. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we're on today and thanking Leslie for that beautiful welcome to country this morning. I feel so privileged to be standing here on Noongar Boodja. I feel privileged to have been born on Noongar Boodja and to have lived my whole life here in this beautiful place that we all get to call home. It's such a privilege to be here with you all today. I'm Sash Milne, and I'm a human-centered designer. So for some of you, you might know what this means. For others, you might not. Basically, at its core, it just means that I work with people to design services and experiences that meet the needs and the desires of the people that they're there for. It's pretty simple. It's actually a really Indigenous and traditional way of working because it's based around stories. It's based around hearing the stories of the people and responding to the stories alongside the people. So it's working with people instead of for people, and it just keeps the human at the very centre of all the work that we do. Now, when I talk to you here today, my job might sound a little complicated and confusing, but I just want to really establish something first up. The beautiful thing about the work that I do is it means that I'm not an expert in anything except for maybe listening, which is interesting because I'm going to be doing the talking right now and you guys are going to be doing the listening, but later on today when we do a workshop, I'm going to do a lot less talking and a lot more listening. But I'm not an expert on what it's like to live with a disability. I'm not an expert on what it's like to feel like my accessibility needs are not met. I'm not an expert in anything at all except my own experiences, and that's what I'm hoping to give you the confidence to be today, an expert in your experiences and the confidence to tell your story and the fact that it matters so much that you do. So I'm just a human being, just like you. And so that's how I'm going to start today by telling you a little bit about what access inclusion means to me through a really human story of when I first really found out what it was like to not feel included. So this is me. At 23, I moved to a little village in a really remote part of Indonesia, and I found myself the only white person in a village that had a culture completely different to mine. They spoke a language different to mine. They had a religion that really infused into every part of their life. And for the first time in my life, I discovered what it feels like to be an outsider, to not be able to understand what was happening around me, to not be able to order food at a market or figure out what was on a menu or enter a building and know whether or not I was doing it right or not, because culturally it was just so different to me. Now, the beautiful thing about this place is I spent 3.5, 4 years there, and I slowly learned. I slowly learned what it was to belong in a place like that. And for me, in a country where everything was so foreign, it's really interesting. It's the first place after a few years I ever truly felt a sense of true belonging, because a traditional community brings you in. A traditional community welcomes you and teaches you the ways that it is to belong there. They invite belonging, and they open up their hands and their arms to you, and they say, you're welcome here. We'll show you how to belong. And we'll be really patient with you while you use the wrong words for fish at a market. And we'll be really patient with you when you have no idea how to pay for what you're trying to buy. And we'll laugh at your mistakes in a way that helps you to feel like it's okay to just be human and it's okay to make mistakes. So years later, I had my daughter there, and it was one of the most inclusive, belonging experiences of my life when an entire community welcomed this little baby as if she was just one of theirs, and walking through the marketplace, her being greeted as if she was one of their own children. And it was one of the most beautiful experiences. For me, when I came home a year later, after my daughter was born, I realised that what I truly felt was belonging. And it's something that, whilst I recognise in this country I come from a place of incredible privilege, in a world that is designed for people like me, I'd never truly experienced a sense of belonging before. I experienced a sense of, I know how to get around this place, I know how to access these things, but I'd never really felt like I belonged. And when I came back, I saw that so many people I knew, they hadn't experienced it either. And that's what led me to do some of the work that I do, and that's what led me eventually to stand here in front of you today. It's what led me to be a human-centred designer, which started first with working in community, to try and cultivate a sense of belonging. To cultivate a sense of belonging in any community, you have to first understand what that means to them, what it means to them to belong, and what's happening in those communities that might be stopping them from feeling like they belong. So you have to first listen. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the projects I've done over the past 5 or 6 years that have led me to the exciting place I am today, which is getting to be here and work with you. So when I first came to Bunbury, I worked with LGBTI young people, and I worked with them to cultivate a sense of belonging within a peer support group. And then I worked with the organisations across the Southwest to think about how might we change service delivery to help young people who might be diverse in their sexuality or their gender or their expression to feel included when they walk through a door or are handed a form to fill in or have to talk about themselves. I worked with different organisations to help them better understand how we can very slightly shift the way that we do things and make an enormous impact in the lives of other people. I worked with a local community centre to completely transform the way that community centres deliver service to community. So some of you might know the amazing work that Milligan does now here in Bunbury. So when we started changing the way Milligan does things many, many years ago, we first looked at redefining community centres and redefining how they can create a sense of belonging within community. Now, to do that, we went right back to the very beginning by just asking people what community means to them and why they would want to access a community centre. We worked with teen and young mums to do a very similar thing. We worked with the teen and young mums to provide them some of the connections and services that they wanted, but we also worked with all of the service providers to better understand how complicated the service delivery was for them, to make changes to better provide the support to individuals, young mums and their babies that they truly need. We did really fun projects. We ran community dinners, which just brought a whole group of strangers together at a table and got them to get to know each other. Provide them the opportunity for people who felt isolated or alone, who had nobody necessarily to go out for dinner with, a group of new friends to spend time with, to create a sense of belonging. Pub choir, some of you might have gone, it's still running in Bunbury, which is really awesome. Pub choir is an opportunity for a whole bunch of people to come and sing together on a Tuesday night. You don't have to know anyone. You don't have to be a good singer. In fact, it's better if you're not. Everyone else feels heaps more comfortable if you're really awkward just like them. You can all be tone deaf together. There's someone up the front who knows how to sing that just kind of helps you along the way. There's something really transformative about singing with a group of people. It breeds connection just between everyone. And it's even better if the person next to you sings worse than you do. You can then feel a little more comfortable, sing a little louder. Really, really free market. It's a market where everybody brings everything that they don't want, and you can come and you can take whatever you want. It's just about the transference of goods from things this person doesn't want to things this person needs. No money necessary. Just let's move around our community and share with our community the things that might be hard for other people to access. Repair Cafe. It's a similar model. It runs out of really, really free market now. It's a model of you bring the thing that's broken and someone who knows how to fix it will help you to fix it. Not only does it help keep things out of landfill, but what it really does is provides people the opportunity to meet other people, provides people the opportunity to have their skills given a purpose. And for a lot of people, it gives someone to talk to for an hour, have a cup of tea with, and we learn some skills along the way. This toaster was never fixed. It was my toaster. But I had a really great conversation while the lovely man attempted to fix my very broken toaster, which, to be fair, was a lot better than a working toaster in the end anyway. Up in Perth, I've done some work with some really big organisations. So I did a work with the Public Transport Authority to look at young people and some really antisocial behaviour that was happening on the train lines. And so we brought train guards and young people and youth services all together to talk about not how to stop the behaviour, but what these young people were truly needing in these environments and how perhaps the transit officers could change the way they behaved towards the young people to create a more sense of belonging. The train line's a really important way for young people to get around. It's really important they feel like they belong there. That sense of belonging reduces antisocial behaviour, so it's a really positive way of going forward. I worked with mums and their children and the people who support them to redesign a whole new model for women's refuges. And there's a new one being built in the Peel region now, which is really exciting. Really working around what does a collaborative model of care look like based on the stories of these women, not on the needs of service providers. And that's the really big difference. Worked with schools to create innovative programs. I worked with 300 schools over 2 years to create new innovative programs to help young people engage with school, particularly in high schools. And then in my personal life, I like to trial these things out as well. So I created a time bank, which is a kind of a transactional service in which my time is equal to your time. You might be a neurosurgeon. You might get paid $1,000 an hour. I might work at Coles. I might get paid $12 an hour. But the reality is we're all human beings, and my hour is just as valuable as your hour. And so we trade with our time as our currency, which is really fabulous. And it just means that, again, people's skills are given purpose and meaning in their community. It also encourages you to get to know your neighbours a bit better and to show that everybody has something really valuable to offer. And I did a year where I made a big commitment to buy absolutely nothing for 12 months. And so we didn't pay rent, we didn't pay for anything, we didn't buy anything. And it was, for me, it was the best way to build community in the world because I just had to continually ask people for help and to connect with people and to trade my skills with other people to help that to happen. It was a long time ago now. People are always very interested in the story. And yes, I do buy things now, for sure, which is always a question I'm asked. So the thing about all of these different projects, what they all have in common and what they all brought me here today was they all are about cultivating a sense of belonging. And what they all taught me about was what it is to have a human need and the fact that we all might be very, very different. We all might have very different abilities. We might speak a different language. We might have a different belief system. but our human needs are very similar. Okay, so some of you here might have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs before. It's pretty commonly talked about in psychology, organisational psychology. So it starts with your physical needs. So your physical needs are your body, your health. We need to have food and water. We need to have any of our medical needs taken care of. Second is safety. We need to feel safe. Unless we have our physical needs met and our safety needs met, we cannot have any of our other needs met. We're operating in a place from survival. Next is love and belonging. So this is so, so important. We must feel like we are loved and we can love. We must feel like we belong either in our family, in our neighbourhood, in our community, and in our country as a whole, and then again in our world. That sense of belonging is so essential to quality of life for human beings, and it's so often overlooked. Self-esteem and respect is the next, so we feel like we have a good sense of self, we are respected, and we can have a good sense of other people and respect them. And then the top level is self-actualization. So when we have all of these other needs met, then we feel like we can be the best person we can be. We can strive as big as humanly possible. So we talk about these as our human needs, but I really think of them as our human rights, as human beings. And as the people who work for, alongside and with other human beings, it's our responsibility to better understand these things in our community and respond to them accordingly. So we're talking here about access and inclusion today. I see our safety and our physical needs as our access needs. That's how we access the community around us. That's our physical needs to get into spaces, to use those spaces, and to feel safe to do so. Now, our inclusion needs are our love and our belonging, our self-esteem and our respect. When we feel included, then those needs are being met. So if you think of it from a community perspective, if your community has both access and inclusion, you have a community of people who are able to be the very best versions of themselves. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like the kind of world I'd like to live in. So we all have the right to feel like our community was made for us. We all have the right to be a part of designing the community that we live in. And we all have the right to have our voice heard. So this is really important. It's going to be really important as we do some of the work together this afternoon, that this is the foundation of everything I believe in and everything I design programs around. So why design? Those are really good questions. You might think, okay, well, this is really interesting, but we're here to talk about access and inclusion. Why are we talking about design? And why should it matter to you? Well, I'm just going to stand to the side so I don't block this for anybody. I didn't know I was a designer until I had been for years. I thought I was a community worker. I don't know, I guess I thought I was a writer maybe. I thought I was doing something, but I had no idea what I was doing was design. Because I thought design was like making clothes or making nice graphics. It's actually not. Everything around us is designed to work the way it does. So this podium is designed, this iPad is designed, this clicker is designed, this carpet, this building, this event is carefully designed. The way the tables are set up in this room is designed. The things that work really well are designed. The things that don't are actually designed to be that way. The problem with them is that they've been designed with a really, really laser focus on one thing, and they've forgotten about everything else. So bad design is really easy to spot, and it's really impactful. So bad design can be things, and it can also be services or events. So what happens when design goes wrong? Bad design can be confusing. So I don't know about you, but I would be very confused if I saw this while my car was actually moving down a road and I have to figure out what lane to be in to turn left. I'm not sure, and I feel like this, where this intersection is, would have had a lot of accidents. So design can be confusing. Bad design can be frustrating. So this flower pot is very pretty, but if a flower pot blocks a very good access ramp, then it is very frustrating. Can you imagine trying to get up that ramp in a wheelchair, pushing a pram with a big suitcase, with a trolley full of boxes? Do you know what you wouldn't care? How pretty the flowers are. Yeah? Bad design can also be dangerous. So we all drive cars, most of us drive cars, we all drive in cars from time to time. The crash system within a car is designed based on the data from crash dummies that look like this. Now this woman is the average height of an average woman. Those crash dummies are a very tall version of a very tall man. This is why 17% of women are more likely to die in a car accident than a man is, because the car crash system is designed for one type of person. They're getting better with this kind of crash dummy. They've got much more diverse dummies now. They've got pregnant dummies and different size dummies. But still, traditionally, crash tests and safety checks on cars are done with, abnormally tall men. Most men are not this tall either. It's very the apex of the tall community. The only person I know is maybe Shamara's husband is that tall. Yeah, so bad design is really impactful. But what happens when design goes right? Now, good design is about providing a really positive product. Good design is about providing a positive experience. It's a product or service that makes things better for everyone, not just for one person. So I'm not sure how many of you have seen Ali Roy's TED Talk. It's beautiful. It's about design for accessibility. Now, she says when we design for disability first, we often stumble upon solutions that are not only inclusive, but they're often better than the norm. So I'm going to show you a few products now that were designed for accessibility first, and you probably don't even know it. The electric toothbrush was first designed for people who have trouble with the mobility of their hands and the strength of their arms. It's now recommended by most dentists as the best way for anybody of any ability to clean their teeth. The bendy straw was first designed by a man whose daughter had accessibility needs and couldn't reach the top of a straw. Now, anyone with small children know if you give a small child a bendy straw, they're heaps less likely to spill their drink. They're so popular that they even make metal versions of the bendy straw now. Automatic doors were originally designed for people in wheelchairs and now are everywhere. Because can you imagine trying to open a regular door if you're pushing a trolley or a pram or carrying a box? Audiobooks. Audiobooks were first designed for people who are blind so that they can experience reading. Now, I don't know about you, but I listen to audiobooks and podcasts and all the versions of audio storytelling throughout my everyday life. How many of you sent a text today of any kind? Be honest. How many of you have used your phone to do any kind of text messaging, Facebook, any of that? My guess is most people in this room. Originally, text message was invented for people who couldn't speak, to make communication faster and easier. It's now something we all use every day. All of these products show that when you design for someone or for a group of the population who cannot access what is currently available, what you do is not only make life better for them, but you make things more accessible for everyone. As a designer, I asked myself in preparing for this talk, what does access and inclusion mean to me? So for me, when I look at something and I ask if it's accessible, I ask, can people use this product or service? If they can, I would consider that product or service accessible. Inclusive. I would ask myself, do people feel like this product or service is made for them? So this is the big difference. Quite often we look at things, whether or not people can use it, whether they can enter the building. But it needs to have this as well. It needs to feel like it's designed for you, to feel like you belong. So why co-design? Now, who better to be involved in the process of design than the people who it directly impacts? That's the core of co-design. It's bringing the people that you're designing for into the room, so instead of designing for them, you're designing with them. From a business perspective, it saves you an awful lot of money because you don't get it wrong. From a community perspective, It brings everybody along on the journey right from the beginning, so everybody feels included. And from a design perspective, you will inherently get a much better product or service at the end. I like to think of co-design as the answer, because the world that we live in has a lot of problems. And what got us here will not get us there, which is where we want to go. So we need to have a new way of working, because continually doing the same thing and expecting results is the definition of insanity. Yeah, because it's really frustrating. You keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and thinking, oh, okay, well, we're going to get a different result because that's what we want. We want a different result, but you have to change the way you work to do that. So why co-design? Co-design brings together professional expertise and lived experience. And it's where those two things cross over that really matter. So the lived experience is the story, and the professional expertise is what to do with that story. We don't expect people to have the answer. We don't expect anyone in this room to be able to say, this is exactly what you need to make this community completely accessible and inclusive. But what you do is bring together people who can hear the story, people who can tell the story, and somewhere in the middle is the answer. So the core values of co-design are, first of all, that we always go at the speed of trust. Sometimes that's really fast, sometimes that's really slow, and that's okay. We keep the human values at the centre. We allow ourselves to be vulnerable. We allow ourselves not to be experts. We allow ourselves to get it wrong. All of these make us human. None of us are experts, and that's okay. We simplify the complexity. So things can look really, really messy and difficult, but the more we simplify it, the easier it is for all of us to understand. And radical collaboration. It's not very often that products and services are designed with the people who make the decisions, the people who design the product, and the people who use the product all at the table at the same time. But it's that collaborative storytelling that really makes the difference. So before I finish up here today and prepare for the workshop that we've got this afternoon, I just really want to remind each and every one of you of this. Your unique experience has the power to make the world we live in better for everyone. And that's why it's so important that all of you are here today. And that's why we're so lucky that you're all here to share your experiences, because together we can really change things together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sash. Who else here is experiencing deeper understanding of access and inclusion? Incredible, and the day's only just started. Our next speaker is the project manager for community capacity building at APM Communities, and will be presenting on employment opportunities with those living with disability. Please give a very warm WA welcome to Renee Hartman.
Is this working? Oh, cool. I can get my mask off. I spent 3 hours in Perth last week. I popped in, I spoke at a conference, I popped out, and I've been struggling to breathe ever since. But anyway, it's good that we can stick to the rules and nail this thing, hopefully. Thanks for having me. I feel so privileged to be in a room with people such as yourselves. I want to echo and acknowledge everything that's been spoken about our traditional custodians of the land we live on today. And I'm really moved, Leslie, by your openness and by the way that you shared that experience with us. And it's prompted me to actually completely wipe my PowerPoint this morning. I've got a really bad habit of doing this, but it usually comes off okay. So I'm changing my talk up a little bit today, because I think the main purpose of today's message is around inclusive employment and around innovative employment. So I'm not going to stand here and tell you the NDIS pathway to doing that, the funding available, the this, the that. So I'm going to start flicking through my PowerPoint really fast. But it is available to you. So if you do want to come and speak to me, I do longer versions of how you can access funding through NDIS, how you can look at your employment options. and I can also send you the PowerPoint. So I can give you all the information and you can come to an info session for more information as well. But if you can put that up, I'm going to use some of it. Oh, the PowerPoint, please. Thanks. So my name's Renee Hartman. I do work for APM Communities as project manager, as an employment project manager. So we have a specific employment project that aims to share with the community, schools, participants, families, all of the choice and control around employment. Because traditionally we had two pathways for employment, and this is in the last couple of years this has changed. So we're talking very new ground. You used to be able to use a disability employment service. So in Bunbury, that might be your forest personnel, your APM. There's another APM, not us. It's a disability employment service. Work Power, At Work, there's a few of them that you may be aware of. And they would support you to find work if you were job ready. Or there is the ADE pathway, Australian Disability Enterprise, that you may know as Active Foundation, where it's that supported employment environment. So if you're a person with a disability, you might have had one of two choices, 4 years ago. Thankfully, we've been working in a customised employment space for about 8 years now that's modelled off customised employment in Canada, UK and America. And we've brought it to Australia, which is really exciting, and the NDIS has started funding it as of the end of December 2019, and more changes on the 1st of July last year. So we've made some real headway trying to get some really innovative employment options, trying to get that choice and control so people don't have just two choices. Because disability employment services and ADEs, Australian Disability Enterprises, work really well for certain people. They don't work for everyone. So it's that inclusive thing again. So I just want to actually share my story with you, which is, I think, is what I probably was prompted from Leslie. And that is that I don't come from a disability background. I haven't had that experience. But 11 years ago, I was out at Dome with my husband for breakfast and he had a massive stroke. He was 39 years old and we were thrust into a world that I had no idea about. I was never indifferent, but I was so ignorant. I don't even think I knew someone with a disability. So I was all of a sudden leaving my young children and living in Perth in rehab for 6 months with my husband at Shenton Park. Has anyone been to Shenton Park rehab? Oh, very difficult environment to live in for 6 months. I don't know if Fiona Stanley's much better, but rehab is rehab, but that was a tough place. And then we came back and there was very few services. My husband couldn't access speech. He couldn't get permanent physio unless we tried, unless we could pay for it. And all of a sudden, neither of us were working. He was on a disability support pension, I was on a carer's pension. We couldn't get Disability Services Commission support, the old funding that you might have got instead of NDIS. So it was a really difficult, long time. So 10 years later, my husband got onto some support last year for the first time. And we've seen a notable difference. So I was his full-time carer for 3 years, and in that time, hearing your story this morning, Ben, and Leslie, your experience from a carer's perspective, when my husband was in the wheelchair, it took him a year to learn to walk again. People would talk to me, they wouldn't talk to him. The minute they heard that he had slurred speech, they'd talk to him loudly, or they would talk to him like he didn't understand them, so they'd speak, patronising and condescendingly. So it was a real eye-opener, and, initially I was, they don't understand, Sometimes I'd stop and give them a bit of a lesson. Then I got to the point where it was like, well, I don't know, ask him. how he would like his hair cut. I'm not getting my hair cut, and I'd be quite abrupt. So then I figured out, okay, there's a real need here. And I went back to my old job when I could work again 3 years later for I lasted 4 weeks, I think. I was like, no, this isn't, I can't do this anymore. I need to go and try and make a difference. And I had no human services background. I figured you had to be a social worker and have a degree to actually work with people. So I had no clue. But thankfully I had the opportunity to bring my background, which is event management and business and hospitality and stuff like that, to a project that was being developed to look at micro-enterprise for people with disability. So I said, well, I've developed micro-enterprises around my own needs. You know, when I had a little kid and when I had my first baby and I couldn't work anymore, so I had to develop a job for myself. I had to create a job for myself. So, and I'd done that 3 times. When we moved to WA, I had 3 children, had no family here, so I had to create a job for myself because I couldn't access support anymore to go and work at a traditional job. So that's where I developed a micro-enterprise program for people with disability. That was 8 years ago. And thankfully, someone listened to me because I went and talked to whoever would listen, whoever would stand long enough I'd talk to about this concept. So we are fast forward now, and micro-enterprise is just a normal job. You know, it's considered a legitimate form of employment. The NDIS fund support for it. We couldn't get any funding for it before. We've got organisations who are here today who specialise in that. So we're getting some real traction for micro-enterprise, but that's launched into also what's called customised employment. So customised employment is just an umbrella term to say that we put a person-centred approach to vocational supports. So we get to know the human being, we get to know what their interests are, what motivates them, what their barriers are, what their motivating factors are, what drives them, and we pull all that information and we streamline it into a tunnel vision approach to vocation. So gone is the day where employment for people with disability looks like, and this is not just for people with disability, this is the society we're moving into. Gone is the day where employment looks like 38 hours in a traditional form of business, and that's your working week. For most of us who work in human services, we know there's no such thing as 38 hours for a start. There's no such thing as 9 to 5. But we're also going away from that benchmark assessment for people. So, you know, it's not just, employment doesn't just look like if you can work 8 hours or 8 hours plus. So it's really important to, that's my main message actually today, is to try to move that mindset away from what we always considered employment. What does employment look like? Well, it looks like whatever meaningful, suitable and sustainable employment is to you. And this is now being funded by the NDIS, which is really exciting. So it really starts with a goal. It really starts with the conversation. So we're getting into schools and talking from grade 7 up, or year 7 up. We really want to have that conversation with young people. What do you want to be when you grow up? Because for kids with disability, that tends not to be a conversation that happens. If you don't have a disability, just an everyday language for a little kid. What do you want to be when you grow up? You know, in primary school, you're looking at careers. In year 7 and year 8 and year 9, you're talking about career subject pathways. In year 10, you're choosing VET or ATAR and you're choosing your different subjects there and your work placements and things like that. So we want to start making this common language and common expectation from a young age that what do you want to do when you grow up? And how can we work with you to support that? So there is a really good resource. I've got a heap up the back that you can get this online to support talking about career goals with someone. So it really just opens some of that conversation. And this is really important as well. Like, we're talking about kids, but when you have someone like my husband, for example, who has an acquired disability, who had a really thriving career, and now he's got no idea who he is, what he can do, what he can aspire to. You know, there's some real psychological barriers that can occur there. So this book and some other resources can help sort of break some of that stuff down and move the conversation. So there are 2 streams now for employment. This is more technical NDIS stuff. You've got your disability employment services, which are government funded, but a different bucket to the NDIS. And then the NDIS can fund all the other types of employment support. So whether that's exploring what your career looks like, whether that's on-the-job ongoing support, or if you are in supported employment, NDIS fund that as well. So I'm going to flick through all of these things because I want to get to the most important one. This is all very technical NDIS talk, which I wasn't sure how much this crowd needed that, and I'm pretty sure that if that's something you really want to find out about, you can come to a longer information session, or I can flick you the information, or I can have a conversation with you. So, but I really want to get to the crux of some stories. We have got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these stories. So I've heard it said a couple of times earlier, oh, you know, it's a one-off or it's not. No. We've got hundreds of stories. So the National Disability Service did some research on customised employment created opportunities at the end of 2019, and there were 235 in the WA region alone. There was then 72 micro-enterprises at the time. We're well up to 150 at the moment, and I don't know what's going on with the job carving creation side because unfortunately, I'm not in that area anymore. So we have got a lot of stories about this. So Andrew was at a supported employment environment for 15 years. So when he started his employment journey, he didn't have a choice. That was the only job that he could get, and that was the only one he was going to be offered. So he went and worked there for 15 years, but he had been expressing for quite some time that he wanted out. He wanted to buy a house. He wanted to get married. He wanted to do a number of things, and it was Down Syndrome WA who said, okay, well, you know, what does that look like to you? It was a very simple question, but they just started working with him and exploring and discovering, you know, what is it that you can do, that you want? How do you see yourself in a role in open employment? And someone who knew the HBF CEO in Perth, which opened a door, another conversation, and that led to a work experience placement. That led to okay, well, actually we've got these jobs that with your admin skills, we could really use those jobs getting done on our floor. That led to customising a role that did not exist before. So it suited Andrew and the hours that he could do, and it suited the workplace. Moving forward a couple of years, Andrew was offered a traineeship in business assistant. He's now finished that. So he's the business assistant to the business executive team at HBF. But I think the most successful thing about this is Andrew and the HBF CEO go around telling people about their experience and really promoting that. The CEO of HBF spends his own time promoting, you know, the story that they had and how easy it is and how good it's been for HBF. So Andrew has moved into his own home, and he joked with us recently he just needs a girlfriend now. So he's really he's living his best life. So really there is a process to customised employment. It's all about discovery, customising, negotiating, having those conversations. A lot of the discovery stuff, and I really want to talk to some of the Men's Shed guys here and other organisations and community people here. This work starts with some of that exploration, you guys being open to having people come in and, you know, really allow people to explore and experiment with different things, you know. So could someone come in and have a chat to the manager of the PAV and go, okay, well, what is it like to be a bartender? You know, what sort of qualifications do I need? What sort of hours would I have to do? You know, could I do a 2-hour job just doing such and such, or would, you know, could we customise a role with some of the bits and pieces because I can't do that, but I can do this? You know, so it's just having that openness to exploring different customisation or different, what different jobs could look like. So there's 2 outcomes of customised employment, or as the agency call it, the National Disability Insurance Agency call it, specialised job customisation. So it's the same thing. There's 2 outcomes. Job carving, so creating a role that probably never even existed before. We're not talking about going on Seek and finding a job that's already existing and trying to slot someone in there. These are created roles. Or micro-enterprise development. So we've seen Andrew's story, which is job creation. But what's a micro-enterprise? So micro-business, micro-enterprise. It's a business that operates on a very small scale, tends to not have any employees, tends to have very low capital startup costs, and tends to be very low risk. So you're basically creating a job for yourself, and it's generally around your interests, your hobbies, or you found a niche in the market, or it's around your needs. Like I did when I had a baby, and that was my need. I could only work in these certain times when Bubs was in bed or whatever. So I morphed a business around my availability. So we apply the same business mindset to building a micro-enterprise. These are not tokenistic things. There is a 9-stage step process to starting and developing a micro-enterprise. Person's disability comes into it at stage 7 when we look at supports. It's all about the business idea. It has to be feasible, it has to work, it has to be a real business that's going to have a real market and do well out there. So could you flick to that, that website for me? So I really want to share this website with you. This is a national directory. So I've got it to one page at the moment, a minute of micro-enterprise, because I'm going to quickly show you a video, a 1-minute video of someone who started their own business. But if you go onto this website, this is a directory where people with disability can upload their micro-enterprise for free. They can market their micro-enterprise. These are micro-enterprises all over Australia. You can go on here and see the different micro-enterprises that are run by people with disability. Some of these have moved into small business, medium business, large business. So it's not just micro-enterprise. You can also go shopping. So these tiles go directly to the person's Facebook page or their website, but this is a national resource that you can all use. So could you just flick that video up? I'm just going to share this 1-minute video with you about, and let Tia talk for herself. Let her tell you the story.
This year, my best internet Manu. Mama. My name is Tia. I'm the Manus, and my mate called from they with my lava small and the bear.
The first time you went on stage, how did you feel?
Yeah. Sorry. It's amazing, because people love my life.
So that's a young woman who wanted to be a model, had no opportunity to, so went, well, stuffy, I'll do it myself. So, and that's pretty much the tenacity of Tia. So we've got some of Tia's stuff here today too. I didn't know that. This was not pre-arranged, by the way, because I don't. But I just want to leave that with you. So let's try and get traditional thinking for employment out of our heads for people with disability. And let's start looking really innovatively at the person first. Because the other thing is that if it's not, a job is not meeting the motivation or the interests of the person, it won't be sustainable. They'll end up on a hamster wheel of going back in and out of the Disability Employment Services program or whatever. It needs to be suitable, sustainable and meaningful for that person. Like the rest of us, we won't last in a job very long if it doesn't meet our values or our interests. So it's no different to people with disability. So I do have info sessions to give you the nitty-gritties of how to ask for this in your plan, how to build your plan, how to prepare for your plan, how to spend your funds, how to use the right service, whatever. I can do all that. But come and see me and I'll let you know when those sessions are on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Renee. I may have to speak to Parks and Recreation just during Tia's story. I noticed a bit of dust in the eye just before. Well, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next speaker. He has a very special story to tell. A para-athlete, and will be sharing about his love and passion for sport in the community. Please, and we should all be crescendoing with our applause and our welcomes too. Please give a huge welcome to Corey Crombie.
Thank you guys for having me here. So today I'll be talking about a bit about myself, my story, how I ended up in a wheelchair, what I'm doing now, and then I'll also be talking about parasports and just how I want to help educate and then also get the community into these sports. So my story basically is I was racing BMX, push bike racing, and I was training. I was pretty good at BMX. I represented Australia at the world titles when I was 14. I was training for the national titles on my home turf at my home track. And I did a new jump. It was a 15-metre jump. Didn't quite make the distance. Landed, wheels down, went over the top once I'd bounced and landed on my back. That injury broke 7 vertebrae in my back and my T12 hit my spinal cord, resulting in paraplegia. So on the track, I was there for about 50 minutes before they got me into the ambulance, and I was taken to Bunbury Hospital where they did a couple of assessments, and then I was taken to the airport and flown up to Perth Hospital, and I was in Princess Margaret Hospital. So the next day I had surgery. I had major spinal cord surgery. I got metal put on my back and the pressure relieved off my spinal cord. And so the diagnosis at this time was T12 incomplete paraplegic. I had nothing from the waist down. I had partial loss of my abs. I was stuck in hospital. I was laying completely flat on my back in immense pain with drugs being put into me to manage it. And basically I was told I'd never walk again, I'd never ride a bike again, and that was just my life at that time. So this was 27th December 2017 my accident was. And for the next 2 weeks, I was laying completely flat on my bed. I had my 15th birthday unable to move. I actually managed to get my first lot of movement on my birthday, which I moved my big left toe 1 millimetre. And so I was there for 3 months in hospital. I took my first steps in physio. And since then, I wanted to get back into sport because sport was a major, major part of my life. I mean, that's how I got there in the first place. And so I tried out wheelchair rugby because it was the first sport I had the opportunity to try, and I loved it. I don't qualify for wheelchair rugby. I've got too much upper body use. And then I tried wheelchair basketball. I've tried sled hockey, so it's ice hockey, but you're in a sled. Then I tried wheelchair racing or wheelchair track and field, and I love that sport, and that's now my main sport. And so track and road, you basically in a three-wheeled wheelchair and you sit on your knees and you kind of go down like this, so your chest is parallel with the ground and you punch the wheels backwards. And I do anything from the 100-metre sprint up to the 42.2k marathon, and even ultra marathons, which I did a 62k marathon, which was a bit too far. And basically, there just wasn't any sport in the southwest that I could really get into. Everything was up in Perth. Even now, when I train for wheelchair racing, I've had to go to Canberra for any coaching. And I was supposed to go to Canberra a couple of weeks ago and then Sydney for nationals, but I couldn't go because of an injury. Another injury, not my spinal cord injury. And basically, I don't have anyone here that can train, and I'm hoping to expand that. So we started Southwest Wheelchair Sports. We've got the basketball chairs out there. My dad's the president, and we started it because I wanted to do sports and I wanted people to play with. And so these chairs here are actually mine because I've got my own business as well, but we're getting funding for Southwest Wheelchair Sports, and then we'll hopefully play a league like fortnightly or weekly once we get teams, court times, ref, chairs, everything, once we have everything down. And then for myself, I've bought these basketball chairs. I've got 6 of them, and I like to go to schools and places like this, communities, anywhere, and just educate people, show them a new perspective, get them in the chairs. They can have fun. It's a good team building exercise, and then it also shows them what it's like, well, a very narrow glimpse of what it's like to experience the wheelchair kind of area. And so you guys can have a go after, but you have to learn how to push the chair first of all, how to control the chair to get around, which I'm pretty natural at it now. I've had a bit of experience. And then even in the basketball chairs, you got to do this and then also dribble the ball and get around other players. So basically, that's what I want to teach, is how complicated it is. And even though I might sit someone in a wheelchair, they can see what it's like to have the physical side, but they'll never see the other side of it, which is all the pain, going to the toilet, just getting around, driving, knowing that it's not like you're going to get out of it after you've tried it, and just stuff like that. It's very hard to explain because it's all subjective, it's perspective. And my education will just hopefully put that out there. So I might grab a chair and bring a basketball in if someone wants to grab it for me. Maybe I might pick someone to come have a go in it. Does anyone have any questions about my story or access inclusion or the sport or anything?
Corey, when you start doing the league, does it have to be people with disability? Can other people come along and play as well?
Oh, that's the great thing about the wheelchair sports is once you're in the chair, you're pretty much on equal ground. So socially, anyone can play. Up in Perth, I played in a social league, and there was my team, we all had disabilities, but the other teams were social workers or just a group of friends that enjoyed the sport. And I liked playing against those people as well because we had more experience and we could run laps around them. A business doesn't really have a name. The name I just go by is just my name, Corey Crombie. And so I do speaking. I've been to some schools. Year 6s are a good age demographic because they are very interested. They don't have a kind of barrier. They just ask questions that they want to know, and I can answer them, and then they can learn. And so yeah, my name's Corey Crombie, by the way. I don't think I said at the start. Any other questions? Yes, massive adjustments. So it was the year 9 to year 10 school holidays for me, so I was going into year 10 the next year. And so it was over the school holidays during December, January kind of time. So my friends were coming up. Some friends were kind of standoffish. They didn't know, they couldn't really handle it. And then other friends were great. My really good friends, they were there the whole time. They were still my friends. And then when I came back to school, the whole school area was around me. It was just like being the same. They were just always there for me. My family were there for me. They were up in hospital. For the 3 months I was in there, for the first couple of months they were kind of doing night on, night off, my mum and my dad coming in, just looking after me because I was in a severe state. I was in ICU for a bit, and I'm on my back and I was vomiting. So I was going to choke, so I had to be rolled and I had to be looked after 24/7 pretty much. But other than that, yeah, my getting home was good. Had to get a few adjustments to my house, like a ramp to inside and handles in the toilet, in the bathroom, in the shower. And then, like I said, I took my first steps in hospital. So I've actually got a lot of movement back. I was told I wouldn't walk, but this is my left leg, this is my better side. My right leg's not as good, but I can actually walk now. I can't walk too far, but I can walk around the house and I can stand up to get in, say, my car or to get places that I need to. Yes, so I've had my license for about 7 months now. I've had my, not full license, but my P-plates. And to get into it, so I've got a Kia Carnival minivan to put my chairs in, my track chairs, my hand cycles, everything. And basically my hand controls that I use, because I drive with my hands, I've got a lever that comes out underneath the steering wheel and it runs down to the brake pedal and I push that to brake. And then most people, they have the brake lever pulls down and that hits the accelerator. But I have a different system where I've got a wireless glove and that Bluetooths into the electrics in the car, and that's how I accelerate with my thumb. It is cool, yes. Students, they're normally very excited and eager to have a go. They're all trying to, like, if I'm only going to have a couple people in, they're all trying to like fight each other to see who gets the chance to hop in. And then they like to have races. So normally when I'm working with kids, I'll have a race and then I'll play like a game of tag, for instance. And I play British Bulldogs, so someone sits in the middle and you got to get across. And they all love that because they learn to maneuver and they learn to kind of stop, start, turn, crash into each other. And more on my car, I've had to adjust a couple of things. I've taken the seat out behind my chair just to get my access so I can hop in the driver's seat, and then because the van door slides, I can chuck my chair right behind me, and that means I don't have to take my chair apart. And just little things like that, I just figured out through experience what makes it easier and efficient, really. So these chairs I haven't designed myself. The first chair, like day chair, because these are day chairs, I was in wasn't designed to me. In the hospital, they just gave me a chair they had, and so I was in that for 2 years in a chair that didn't fit me, just because we didn't have the funding to be allowed another chair. And then when I got this chair, I worked with an OT to fit it up. It's not exactly how I wanted it. Apparently I'm going to get fat, so I need a wider chair, but... yeah, so you just you work with an OT, they design it, how wide it is, how long it is, because they don't want you to flip out the back or out the front, how big the caster wheels are. This bag was a very important thing for me, so I can put all my phones and everything in it. Whereas in my old chair, I was putting it under my leg or down the side and it can fall out. And it was just, there's lots of little things that you can pick up on to make it a lot easier for yourself. Would anyone like to come up and have a go on the chair? You'll give it a go? I'll hop in this one.
I can't play basketball not in a chair.
Me neither, don't worry. Oh, I better grab that. Yeah, so wheelchair basketball, the rules are pretty much the same. There's a couple differences with dribbling. So in able-bodied basketball, you have to bounce it for every 2 steps, whereas in wheelchair basketball, you have to bounce it for every 2 pushes. So that's 1 push, that's the 2nd push, and you've got to bounce it. But if you do just touch 1, that's 1, and then grabbing it's 2 again, so you have to dribble it now. And then once you work up the leagues, you don't ever sit the ball on your lap once you're playing higher level, because you kind of just... I'll give you some tips on how to push the chair.
Okay.
So both hands on the wheel.
Yep.
I actually grab the tyre as well because you get more grip. Both forward at the same time to go forward.
Okay.
And then both backwards to go backwards.
Yep.
And then if you want to turn to the right, you pull your right backwards and you push your left forward. And then you can do the opposite. And then you can also spin. I dropped the ball. Yes, it's a lot easier when you already know how to push a chair, because then you just have to grab the ball and learn how to use the ball, whereas you have to learn how to push the chair and then control the ball at the same time.
So when you play in the league, you can play able-bodied people, people in wheelchairs, and everyone's sort of on an even footing. Or actually, you'd be at a great disadvantage.
Yeah, so they'll play in chairs. You can't really.
They'll play in chairs.
Yeah.
I want to join your league. That's fun.
Well, hopefully once we get more chairs, we'll be able to get a league going, and then you'll be able to make a team with friends or join in on a team and play. We'll have to get a ref. I'm not the best at knowing rules.
Well, so then you wouldn't get to play, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't play. Okay, that's awesome.
And wheelchair basketball, like these bumpers here, they're so that you can hit each other. But it's a lot less brutal than wheelchair rugby, where the whole aim is pretty much to hit each other. Yeah, the original name is actually murder ball. Ready?
So on the lap.
Yep. Natural.
I don't know if I could do that more than once.
More than once. And then shooting's also very different. You got no jump shots. And you've got to it's all in the arms. A lot of the wheelchair athletes don't have their abs either, special spinal cord injuries, because they lose it. And so when you're shooting, it's all in your shoulders, elbows, forearms, and your wrists. You got to flick it up. And then pretty much you're lower to the ground. The ring's the same height in wheelchair basketball. We don't lower it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask as well. So it's the same height.
Same height, yeah.
Fully grown adult basketball.
I think it's 10 foot,
10 foot.
around there.
Yes, it's super high.
Yeah, no dunking.
Not until they create flying wheelchairs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hover parasports. Has anyone tried any wheelchair sports before? No? Well, we'll have to get you in the chairs after. I'll get you guys going down the ramps. I think we've got some cones there that we can get you to weave through as well. Well, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've got to learn how to push your own chairs around especially I travel over east with my track chair, my wheel bag, my luggage, my day chair, everything. So you've got to get on the plane, and this is kind of how you push it. My track chair I'll have in front of me, I'll have a backpack on my back, and I'll have my wheel bag with all my clothes and luggage on top of the wheelchair, and I'll have to push through trains, taxis, airport, street, hotels, and everything. Thank you.
And welcome back to myself. Well, we'll be touching base. We're going to go to lunch now. The lunch will be provided at the back there. But just as Corey mentioned, I think that's a great idea. Let's make a bit more time as well over lunchtime, just to have a bit of slalom wheelchair down the ramp. That's it. Just as I'm saying it, the words come out of my mouth, and my head's doing laps about the insurance. No, so but no. So let's do that. Just a few things during lunch. Feel free. We'll be going from 12 to 1 p.m. Just feel free to, again, reiterating the engagement stations. Would love to have everyone in this room. You're meant to be here, and we would love to have your input. Everything that's said, everything that's done, everything that's recorded, will all go back into the mechanism that is our Shire processes to make our entire community more access and inclusive. So we've got the surveys at the table. And I think I've forgotten one thing. Yes, and also, please, you may not, again, get all the calibre of consultants that we have in this one room all together. So please touch base with all our consultants over lunch. If they'd like to take some questions just randomly or just intimately, that'd be great. And that's all good. I haven't forgotten nothing. I probably have, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. Well, look, welcome back. So touch base for lunch, and we'll see you all soon. Wheelchairs outside. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello, everybody. If you could just slowly make your way to the seat. Feel free. There might still be a little bit of food there you can bring to the desk or a coffee. Please continue the conversations. And I would like to take this time now to farewell our online guests. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board. For those online that would wish to be part of a co-design workshop, the Shire of Harvey will be having another 4, I believe, commencing in May. But if you'd like to contact the Shire of Harvey, the details on the website, that's Shire of Harvey, be welcome. But we'll say goodbye to our online guests.